they were still waiting in the waiting room to be seen.
Oh my
We were there
goodness.
for about 4 hours.
Oh my
From
goodness.
2 to 7:10 I left. And then I talked to Jackie and I had my phone on silent
Yeah.
or vibrate. And here after I talked to Jackie, I checked my phone. Here my phone was blown up. They were already done and they were ready to go. So I just wanted to pick them up. So they took his lesson and they said, "Probably when he got sick, so much air bubble that he kind of got caught."
Friend, friends, it's good to be with you today, even if it is virtual. Really appreciate your willingness to be a part of today's.
All right, Julie, I'm going to run my kids home and I'll be back here shortly. Well, I'm going to take this. No, I've got a license. Hey, grab your stuff. This is the place. All right. Well, good afternoon, church. Good afternoon to you. I want to welcome you to Salem United Methodist. My name is Matt German. I'm the lead pastor here at this church, and we are so grateful for all of you who have taken your time on a Sunday afternoon to be here. I was actually just talking with our organist, Julia, over here, and she's like, those Sunday afternoons really should be church-wide pastor naps for everybody, I think. So I want to say good on you for taking some time to be here on your Sunday afternoon. There's a whole host of things that you can be doing, but those of you who are here today, it says something to me that you care very deeply about your local church. And I just want to thank you for all the ways that you serve God through the vehicle of the gift of the church. So thank you very much. We have just a quick layout of our building before we begin. If you need a restroom, the restrooms are located right outside the sanctuary on the opposite wall of the sanctuary. There's men's, women's restrooms over there. There's also men's and women's restrooms over in the fellowship hall area as well. So I want to begin with a word of prayer. So let's pray. Good and gracious God, we ask for your Holy Spirit to be with us today. The same Holy Spirit that hovered over the dark waters when you created the heavens and the earth, and the same Spirit that you breathed life into us with, and the same Spirit that was poured out upon the church in Acts 2 and Pentecost, we call upon the Spirit of Jesus to be in our midst today. We ask that you would bind us together in fellowship and in love. And as we come today to serve you, we ask that you would give us grace and wisdom to serve you more faithfully as we learn about the interdisciplinary leadership mechanisms of the United Methodist Church. Bless us in these endeavors, we pray. Amen. All right. Reverend Scott Keelkober is our Northeast District Superintendent, and he extends greetings to you today. There are actually 3 of these happening across the district, and he cannot teleport to every site. But he did want to extend greetings to you today and offer you some thoughts before we go to our workshops this afternoon. So I would invite you to lend your ears to Scott Kober.
Today, even if it is virtual. Really appreciate your willingness to be. Friends, it's good to be with you today, even if it is virtual. Really appreciate your willingness to be a part of today's leadership training here on the district. As the district superintendent of Northeast Iowa, I've begun to figure out the role. I think after a year and a half, I got it figured out. At least most days, I can say that I have it figured out. One of the ways that I've got it figured out is to understand my role is that I learned that one description of a district superintendent is the chief missional strategist. Chief has not caught on as a title like I thought maybe it would. Here's how I understand it. Keep the mission central and gather leaders and connect those leaders through equipping them to be their best. That's my work as a missional strategist, to keep the mission central and to equip leaders. That's what today is about in part. Further, let me tell you how I understand the United Methodist Church membership. Over the years, when someone has asked me about becoming a member in one of the United Methodist churches that I have served, I tell them that you don't need to be a member to come to worship. You don't need to be a member to receive communion or the sacraments. And you don't need to be a member in order for a pastor to visit you in the hospital. Pastors serve the community and not exclusively church members. So my understanding of membership is that someone becomes a member in order to lead the United Methodist Church to be its best in ministry together. Each one of us is leaders as we take on membership in the church, a willingness to share in servant leadership together. You know, we have that new tagline from the Council of Bishops that we received last year. You can say it with me: to love boldly, to serve joyfully, and to lead courageously. I appreciate the succinct nature of that tagline and how it guides us. I'm all about collecting leaders to impact our communities in Northeast Iowa, and for that matter, in the world, with acts of justice and discipleship making. I come into this understanding because of reading the Bible, of course. Specifically, the call of the disciples has captured my imagination. In the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: as Jesus walked alongside the Galilean Sea, he saw two brothers, Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew, throwing fishing nets into the sea because they were fishermen. Come follow me, Jesus said, and I'll show you how to fish for people. Right away, they left their nets and followed him. Continuing on, Jesus saw another set of brothers, James, the son of Zebedee, and his brother John. They were in a boat with Zebedee, their father, repairing their nets. And Jesus called them, and immediately they left the boat and their father and followed Jesus. There's a translation there: right away, immediately, and the translation of the Greek word, uthos, as I understand how you say that Greek word, it's where we get the word enthusiasm as well. I wonder, friends, are we motivated as disciples, or have we lost some of the spark, some of the enthusiasm to love boldly, to serve joyfully, to lead courageously? Today isn't about trying to build up that enthusiasm that we have. I'd like to share with you the sign language for enthusiasm. It's just the rubbing of your hands together. Try that with me. Could warm me up on a cold day. Now, I'd like to show you the sign language for a Methodist that at one point was given for how to describe a Methodist. Yeah, that's right. Same sign for enthusiasm is what originally a Methodist was called to be. Have we lost our connection with that sign language? Is there an urgency in our following Christ? What may need to change in order for us to experience once again that excitement? Are we willing today to receive the gospel invitation to come and follow Jesus? So be it, and may it be so. Take care.
Amen. If you would stand with me as we sing together hymn number 557, Blessed Be the Tie That Binds. Let's worship. On behalf of our district superintendent, Scott Kober, I want to offer you this blessing today that we pray that the love of God, the grace of Jesus Christ, and the fellowship of the indwelling Holy Spirit would be amongst us all as we holy conference together. God bless you, and amen. Amen. Please be seated. I believe we have a slide that has a little bit of instruction for us around room assignments and who's going to be presenting today. Reverend Jerry Oakland will be leading us in a workshop around church finances, and that will be in the fellowship hall, the room that most of us just came. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Jerry. Downstairs in room 5. I should really read the script. So if you go out these doors and go straight as if you're heading out of the church, take an immediate right before you hit that last threshold door, and that will take you down into the basement. Just follow the hall, and you'll find Jerry down there in room 5. SPRC, Staff Parish Relations Committee, will be led by Reverend Dr. Scott Metter. Scott, you want to raise your hand? Okay, there's Scott, and Scott will be in the fellowship hall, just for clarity. Larry Brock, where's Larry at? There's Larry. All right, good deal. Larry will be leading us in some conversations around best practices with church trustees. That will be downstairs in the youth room. And frankly, the best way to get there is actually go right to the left of the platform here, your right, excuse me, down in through that door and just go straight down the stairwell. That'll take you right down into the youth space, okay? If you're interested in all things church technology around tech in a worship space and live streaming, live sound, video production, all that stuff, you'll want to be in here with me in the sanctuary. So I believe these workshops are supposed to be about 45 minutes, and then you'll have an opportunity to bounce to another one if you should desire to do that. If you're just here for one, then you can Houdini right out of here right after that. Otherwise, the workshops will be 45 minutes, and I don't think anyone's going to be opposed to getting out a little bit early, right? Yeah, the naps are waiting for all of us, I believe. So these were supposed to originally start at 2:30, but why don't we plan we'll get going pretty quickly here. So leaders, if you want to make your way down to your rooms, and the rest of you plan to head to your assigned area. God bless. Thank you. Yeah.
Previously, we worship at Equatorial Presbyterian Church right in Maryland over there, but the two daughters joining the religious activities. We decided to personally not to put it in.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thanks for being here today. I assume if you're in this workshop, you're interested in something in regards to live sound or live streaming or in-house video. Oh, I'm sorry. And assisting us, at least for the first part of this workshop, that's Billy back there at the tech booth. And Billy is involved in many things here at our church here at Salem. She's part of our praise team. She's on our leadership board with a focus emphasis in SPRC. So, and many, many, many other things. So thank you, Billy, for your assistance here this afternoon. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll begin this talk today by telling you a little bit about me. So I serve here at this location, and I've been the lead pastor here for, it's weird to say that out loud, 5 years now. And it's been a great ride. It's not been without challenge, as all of you have recently led and been part of a congregation that went through a pandemic, and of course, disaffiliation season followed after that. So it's been an interesting last 5 years or so to be part of the church and to be in leadership in the church. I'm married to my wife, Nicole. We have been married for 3 years. And we both have children from prior marriages, so we have this beautiful blended family. So my oldest daughter is Addison. She's 11, and she turns 12 in February. And Nicole has twin girls, Lemon and Leia, and they're both 8. So I always tell people that I am outgunned and swimming in the estrogen ocean full time. That's a lot of girls, but I love it. Really, how I kind of became involved and versed in these particular topics that we're talking about today was it's the Methodist Church's fault, actually. I came to I came to faith in a small church in Bettendorf, Iowa, Community of Joy United Methodist Church, and very shortly after attending there, I was brought on staff as the contemporary worship leader. So it was music that really kind of brought me in to the life of the church and congregational life, and it was kind of a baptism by fire. Coming in as the worship leader, I really had to start learning the tech that accompanied all of that. So that was kind of my introduction into all of that. And we were a very tech-savvy church at that time. I mean, everything was still analog as far as, video goes and all that stuff. And, technology reinvents itself every 5 to 10 years anyway, right? But have attended a lot of conferences and done a lot of independent study around video, live streaming, and live sound. So when I was appointed out of seminary to my first congregation, I was appointed to the Marengo United Methodist Church, which is about 30 miles southwest of here. And God was doing some really cool things in that church. The church doubled in size the first year that we were there. And that actually became a problem. We didn't know what to do with that because we had some decisions to make. We either were going to have to add a worship service because our sanctuary was running out of space, or we were going to have to add on to the building. Now, I think one thing all of us can agree on is that Jesus is on a budget, and we weren't going to add on to the building. So we added a worship service. And at the time, Iowa County did not have a contemporary worship offering amongst United Methodists, and that's kind of my background. And we had some musical people in the church. So through a lot of prayer and study through our worship committee, visiting other churches and all that, we really felt that God was leading us to do this. The only problem was this: we didn't have the church technology to support this. We didn't have screens or TVs in our sanctuary, and we had a sound system that barely supported a pulpit mic, much less anything else to add on a praise team and some of those sound needs. So I told the church, I was like, look, if the church is willing to buy the equipment and let me invest the time in it, I'll install this. So for about the tune of about $8,000, we installed a sound system and a video system in that church that allowed us to step into this modern worship service and continued the growth of that congregation for 3 additional years while I was serving there. But about 6 weeks or so after we finished this project, the Presbyterians in town got word of this, and they said, "We hear you work with churches." I said, "Well, I work with a church. What do you?" They wanted a new projector. And I was like, "Well, let me talk to our leadership board and see what they think about this." So I pitched the idea to them, and they said, "We're all on Team Jesus. Go help the Presbyterians." I said, "Great." So I did. And about a month later, I still have no idea how this happened, but the Seventh-day Adventist church that's on North Edgewood up there called my cell phone. I don't even know how they got it. They said, "We hear you work with churches." I was like, "What is going on?" And so I did a project there, and ever since, for the last 15 years, my cell phone rings about 3 times a week of another congregation somewhere in the upper Midwest wanting help and consulting around these endeavors. So I didn't even set out to do this. It just happened, and it keeps happening, and it's the church that taught me this stuff, so I feel really blessed to be able to continue to offer it back to the church. So that's really what brings me here. While I'm a church tech nerd, I am a pastor first. I want to share with you a scripture reading. This is from Exodus 31, verse 18. And this is the story of Moses receiving the 10 Commandments, okay? When God finished speaking with Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him the 2 tablets of the covenant, tablets of stone written with the finger of God. Now, we may think we're pretty modern today. Just keep in mind Moses had the first tablet, okay? Now consider this. Look at Luke chapter 4, verses 14 through 20. Then Jesus, filled with the power of the Spirit, returned to Galilee, and a report about him spread through all the surrounding country. He began to teach in their synagogues and was praised by everyone. When he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written. And here's what he read. "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he's anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." And he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed upon him. Now, there's a lot of different directions you could go with this pastorally, I think. But what I want to point out to you is that it is my firm belief as I read the Bible that the church has always been on the edge of the latest technology available to convey the gospel message to the community and to the world, right? When you study anthropology, really the earliest signs that we have around communication is kind of etchings on cave walls. It's hard to move a cave, it's hard to take that message with you, but look at this. Moses leans into the most advanced technology of the day, and God delivers through that medium by inscribing the law on stone tablets. Much easier to move than a cave. However, a little cumbersome, right? But then you see Jesus, the very first sermon that he ever preaches, when he comes into the temple, what does he do? He unrolls the Isaiah scroll. That's how the scriptures were communicated at that time. Scrolls, lighter, easier. You see this advancement that's happening throughout time. So my point is that the mediums through time and history will always change and advance of how we communicate the gospel, but the message remains the same. And I think when we look at the biblical narrative, there's something holy about standing at the edge of these technological advances to allow us to reach more people for Jesus. So really, I'm just going to skip ahead here a little bit, Billy. If you want to go head to another workshop, you're good to go if you want to. What's that? Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to talk about the advance of some technology that we've seen through the years, right? Saved by the Bell, that was a show that I watched in the 90s, and then you had the Nokia phones that advanced, then you had the BlackBerry, and all of a sudden your office follows you around, and then you have the advent of the iPhone, which connects us to the internet and the wider world, and this computer is exponentially more power than the first computer that took up a good portion of this room, right? So today I want to talk just briefly about live streaming, live sound, in-house video, and some pro tips for hybrid worship. And when I say hybrid worship, I'm talking about if you're live streaming, you have two production values going on simultaneously. You have something that's happening in the house, and all that has its unique sound, video, etc. needs, and then you have what's being published out to the world, which also has unique needs that are likely independent from what's happening in the sanctuary. So I think everyone in this room live streams. Your church does that. And I want to say good on you, because churches that aren't will not be around in the next 5 to 10 years. Period. It's scary, right? But it's hard data. What happened back in 2020 is that if your first name was Pastor, you got an email from Bishop Laurie back in, I think it was March or April of that year, and it came on a Saturday night. I don't know why that was, but Bishop Laurie encouraged us, don't hold worship tomorrow for the foreseeable future. And we're all like, what the heck? What are we supposed to do here? And then a week later, the NBA canceled their whole season. And we were like, wow, something's happening. So it raised all sorts of questions, of course. If you're, heading to the trustees workshop, your first thought is like, what are we supposed to do with all these empty buildings during pandemic? If you're on finance, you're really panicked. Like, how the heck are we going to take up an offering? If you're part of an SPRC, you're also worried how you're going to keep the staff employed and paid. And, what do they do when people aren't meeting? It raised all sorts of questions. But the truth of the matter is, pre-pandemic, 90% of churches in Iowa did not have video capability in their sanctuaries. Live streaming, more specifically. Right? It just didn't exist. So what happened is that most people, while our churches didn't have that capability, we all carried cell phones in our pockets. So during the first 3-4 months of the pandemic, I'm leading a lot of webinars and workshops on best practices with live streaming with cell phones. Between you, me, and the fence post, Scott would be a bad example of that this morning, this afternoon. You want to get that phone up here so no one's looking at your boogers, right? That's one thing. But what we discovered is that, if you go home today and you watch a cell phone commercial, the real estate of that commercial time is going to be spent talking about 5G connectivity and the awesome camera on the phone, right? So the camera capability wasn't awful, but the challenge is that most of our cell phones have about a 90-cent Japanese microphone built into them. And that's no disrespect to the Japanese, because they engineered a great microphone to catch me right here. But that microphone can't capture this kind of space. So everyone was saying our sound is awful. And we were like, well, we'll deal with it. This is temporary, and then we'll go back to the way things were, as soon as the NBA resumes their season, or whatever the benchmark is for the pandemic being over. The challenge is that the pandemic lasted much longer than any of us could foresee. So what we discovered, most churches discovered very similar trajectories in the first 3 months of the pandemic, that once they started live streaming, they were like, holy cow, the people who are interacting with our online video material, that far exceeds our Sunday morning worship attendance. And almost every church experienced that, right? So all of a sudden we're like, holy cow, we have this evangelism opportunity that the church has never stepped into for whatever reason, cost prohibitive or just didn't see the need or whatever it was. We didn't step into that. But the other thing that happened is not only was there a huge evangelism piece to this, but we've discovered that the internet is the new front door of the church. I was doing a consultation a couple years ago for the Centennial Ivy United Methodist Church, and when I came into this church, usually when I consult with a church, it's like the pastor, maybe a lead tech person, and someone from the ad council or whoever is going to be part of blessing a decision about this project or whatever. But this was a family-sized church, and it was all 5 families. It was like the mafia. So I came in, and there was like 70 people in the sanctuary, and they were sharing all these great things that were happening in their congregation, including, their amazing things they were doing in missions. Worship attendance was rising. They're baptizing old people and young people, all this stuff. And I said, that's really exciting. So that's what you experience as part of this congregation. What do you think a first-time guest experiences when they visit here? They said, well, it's our sanctuary. Look around. It's beautiful. And someone said, no, it's not the sanctuary. It's the narthex. It's that space right outside the sanctuary. Someone said, no, it's not that. It's the front doors. That's where they come in. That's their first impression of the building. Someone said, well, if that's the case, it's got to be the parking lot, because that's the first place they come on to our property. And someone interrupted her and said, well, the Presbyterians have a gravel parking lot. Or the Presbyterians have a paved parking lot. We have a gravel parking lot. Maybe that's why they're a bigger church than we are. And we laughed. And I said, well, what would I tell you if I told you that people's first impressions of your church has nothing to do with the building? They said, what do you mean? I said, hard data, 80% of first-time guests have tried to Google your church. Facts. So if you don't have a website, or if you're not live streaming or on social media, if you're not in that space, you don't exist to 80% of people. That's startling, right? So when I say if you're not in this space, your church won't be here in 5 to 10 years, I mean that. And the missiological data supports it. So the point is that now that everyone is in this space, we have to do better than a tablet or a cell phone. Because this is part of the permanent infrastructure of the way that we lead worship and events in the congregation life. So I want to talk a little bit about that. There's different applications that you can use for live streaming. And if I've worked with your church, you may have heard this spiel before. But there are software-based live stream systems, and there's hardware-based live stream systems. We at Salem, we use a hardware-based live stream system, and it's the only ones that I install across the upper Midwest. Because if you're a tech person, let me just ask you a pop quiz. Are you going to run a Windows update on your computer for your sanctuary on Saturday night? No. Why? Tell me why. What's that? You don't know. It's a box of chocolates, right? You don't know what you're going to get. Sometimes those updates have bugs and, all that kind of stuff. So it's the same way with these live stream software-based systems. You have to update them regularly so they stay in compliance with Facebook and YouTube, because Facebook and YouTube does what they do. And a lot of times you come in on Sunday morning and it doesn't work because there's a bug in it. Or sometimes when you update those softwares, it'll completely change the interface of what the software is altogether. And it kind of looks like video editing software. So if you're trying to build a team of volunteers, it's really freaking intimidating to get people to learn that. So for that reason alone, those reasons alone, I steer people away from the software-based live streaming and encourage people to consider hardware-based components. And the key component to that live stream application is called an encoder. And what an encoder does is it takes your sound from your soundboard, the video from your cameras, aligns that so that it lands correctly, and compresses it down into a bit rate where it becomes much easier to stream. A lot of people who are running software-based live stream systems have to pay extreme fees to bump their internet considerably because it takes a lot of bandwidth to stream that way. When you're using an encoder, you're going to save your church money every month. You don't need a subscription service to stream. and you don't need to typically boost your internet to be able to accomplish that. And the thing is, simple is always better than capability. You can add 5 million layers of capability in it, but I always tell a church, I think NASA would like the live stream systems that I design, but if I have to bring a NASA consultant in on Sunday morning to run it for you, it is absolutely useless to you, right? Because what we know is that all of this equipment is typically managed and implemented by volunteers. And many of them don't know anything about this beyond PowerPoint, right? So it's got to be approachable. That's why I encourage that. Any questions about the live streaming? I know we could get into more specifics around components, but if you have an opportunity to look at this for your church, I can't strongly emphasize enough, stay away from the software-based systems and go hardware.
The software-based systems are like licensed systems too, right? Where you have to
Some of them.
pay.
Some of them. So like the most common one people use is OBS, which is open broadcast software, and it's totally free. And it doesn't cost you anything, but again, it updates regularly. The interface is clunky. Getting people trained on it, there's multiple layers of it to make it right, and you have to re-enter what's called streaming keys to make it stream correctly every weekend. So every layer that you add onto that creates a prohibitive barrier for your teams. Hardware-based systems, you will eliminate all those steps. Like, for example, to start our live stream station, you push the green button on the encoder. And when you want to stop streaming, you push the green button on the encoder. You don't need to be able to write code to start the live stream system here. Okay. Let's talk about sound for live streaming here just briefly. It is really important that you're running a separate mix for the house mix, which is this room, and a different mix for your live stream. And the best way that I can explain that is that we have a digital mixing board back there, so I can actually mix that board from my cell phone if I chose to, because it's connected to our network. So if I climbed up on a ladder and pressed my ear to that speaker, and I mixed that raw mix to sound perfect with my ear pressed against that, and then I climbed back down off the ladder and I went to the back of the room, it's going to sound like garbage. Because the raw feed, once you introduce that into the room, now you're dealing with the acoustics of this room, which changes what that sounds like. So the sound engineer back at your council is going to be mixing this room for how it bounces in here. That isn't going to translate back to a good raw feed, which is what people are going to receive, through their TVs and YouTube and their tablets and Facebook and all that kind of stuff. So it's really important to make sure that those mixes get split, and they both need to be monitored, right? So I always tell the person who's running the live stream, we really have three main stations: the person who runs the slides, the person who runs the live stream, and the person who runs sound. And I tell the person who's running live stream, you need to wear the headphones full time so that you can monitor what that live stream sounds like. You don't care what's happening in the room. It's not your responsibility. That's the person to your right. Yeah. But the most common thing, people, they'll focus on the video aspect, but forget that if you can't hear, the best video production doesn't save you, right? So splitting those mixes is really critical.
Like with us, our contemporary band,
Mm-hmm.
have different strengths.
Yeah.
We have voices, we have four folks that sing.
Yeah.
But I'm always trying to blend those voices, and we got some that sing loud,
Mm-hmm.
some just a hair above a whisper.
Yeah.
And you're always working toward that blend.
You are.
So I'm always turning the knobs on the internet.
I'm glad to hear that, though, because it means you're monitoring it and you're paying attention to it. In the world of sound, there is no such thing as set it and forget it. right? Because I can actually set that pulpit mic to be perfect for me to speak into it, but the next person who steps up to it, they may be standing 6 inches back from it, they may be taller, they may be shorter. That mic is gonna read that voice different, and it's gonna call for an adjustment, right?
Yeah, like this morning, Pastor Bonnie had her mic farther
Yeah.
out than what she normally does.
Hi, friends.
So,
Are you here for the workshop today? Which one are you looking for? SPRC is actually in the fellowship hall with Scott. Yep. Yep, just to your right. Mm-hmm.
so her volume today was different. I mean, I had to crank her up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy stuff like that.
Yep.
that you run into.
You do. So it's important that just like someone's going to monitor the house mix, on a Sunday morning, you got to monitor that live stream mix. It's just as critical. Okay. People always ask me, should we use TVs or projectors in our sanctuary? I was like, well, maybe. There's no actual universal correct answer to that. Actually, if you look on the back wall of our sanctuary, you see that confidence monitor right there. That tells me what time it is, and that way I can see what's on the screen without having to turn my back to the presenter. By the way, if you're going to put video in your sanctuary, absolutely put a confidence monitor in there. There's nothing worse than turning your back to your audience to disengage them to re-engage that, right? But that TV that's up there, we had identical TVs up here when I first got here. And they're great TVs. The only problem is that they're about half the size of what these projection units give us. And a good rule of thumb is that you want about 20 inches of screen for every 10 feet of throw distance, meaning, if your sanctuary is 60 feet deep, you're going to want at a minimum 120-inch diagonal size on your screen. You stay within those 10 to 20 inches for every 10 feet. That'll serve almost every worship space well and correctly. So if you're deciding between TVs or projectors, one of the things, everything got expensive after the pandemic, and then inflation happened and everything went up. I can get a steak at Texas Roadhouse right now cheaper than I can buy one at Hy-Vee and go home and grill it myself. Like, it's crazy, right? But one of the things that hasn't changed, at least in a negative way, is the price of TVs. In fact, TVs have gone down considerably in price. Now, I do a lot of this work, so I accumulate a lot of Best Buy points, as I'm working on this. So I was able to put an 85-inch TV in my basement in our movie room for about $200 because I cashed in a lot of Best Buy points. But that TV at the time, and this was 5 years ago, was $1,500. Like, can't afford that on a pastor's salary. Squeezed by on the 200. But that same TV, you can get an 85-inch TV now for less than $700. Right? And 85 is going to serve a lot of our sanctuaries in Iowa as far as depth and throw distance. So, TVs are almost always going to be a cheaper application. The question is, if you need to go bigger than that 85 to 90-inch size, they get exponentially more expensive every 5 inches that you add on to that. And you're probably looking at a minimum of about $2,000 to $3,000 for a projection unit. Minimum, right? So that's just something to keep in mind, that 20 inches for every 10 feet of your sanctuary will keep you in the sweet spot. One other thing, I want to talk a little bit about hybrid worship this afternoon. What makes for effective hybrid worship is considering your order of service, and also whoever's leading, how do you engage those who are online? Are we leading worship in such a way where everything exists to serve people in the room, and people who are watching online are spectating someone else's event, or are they brought into that experience? Think about that from a hospitality standpoint. So for example, when I open worship every morning, I assume there's someone in this room who doesn't know who I am. I expect new people every Sunday, whether they're here or not. And there's someone new in the room most Sundays. But now that you're broadcasting to the internet, you should absolutely assume someone watching does not know who you are, or your church, or even where you're located. Right? So when I open worship in the morning, I'm going to say, good morning, church. Welcome to Salem United Methodist. My name is Matt German. I'm the lead pastor. And I have the same spiel every morning. Like, my people know I'm going to say this. But new people, this is really critical information for them. My name is Matt German. I'm the lead pastor here at Salem United Methodist. We want to welcome you to worship this morning. For those of you who are online, grace and peace to you. Welcome. We are so glad that you have chosen to worship with us here at Salem United Methodist Church. We're located in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. We invite you to sign in on the live stream wherever you're worshiping from in the chat and let us know who you are and where you're worshiping from, because we'd love to have a chance to connect with you here later in the week. So do you see how, I'm interacting with that audience and I'm leading in such a way that I'm speaking to both contexts, right? Your online folk typically don't care too much about what's happening in your service, except for the sermon. I'm sorry to break that to you, but most people who watch online, or especially on demand, because we live in a Netflix and chill kind of world, if they're going back after the live event, they're interested in the sermon content, right? So our order of worship, actually, the sermon is the last thing that happens on Sunday morning, in most of the time here. If it's communion, that's a little bit different. But most Sunday mornings, the sermon is actually the last thing that happens in the order of service, and then I'm blessing and sending people out directly after that message, because that flows better for a digital online audience, right? And if you're curious about those orders of service, I'm happy to send them to you or give you a copy of them some other time. But we do things when we worship in person where we're incredibly intentional about hospitality to people, right? Can some of you name some of the ways that your church shows hospitality to people on Sunday morning? Yep. Say that again. A greeter. So you probably have one at the door, most of you, I assume? Yeah. So they have a friendly face to welcome them. Yeah. What else do you do? Yep. Think about that from your website perspective. If people need to know your worship times and a link to be able to watch your live stream from the homepage without scrolling to look for it. I mean, that is the main thing that people are looking for when they come to your website. Remember, 80% of people have tried to Google you. So does your homepage show your worship times and link to your live stream? Right? What other kind of hospitality things do people do in churches?
After church, coffee hour.
Coffee hour and fellowship? Yep.
Make sure that those
Mm-hmm.
visited with.
Absolutely. So do you guys pass the peace in your church?
Nope.
Meet and greet or allow people to say hello to each other? Okay. You guys do at St. Paul?
We encourage people online to
Good.
read through the content section.
Excellent. That's good. That's good. We do the same thing. We invite people to pass the peace, and oftentimes I will say, if you're worshiping online, please greet those and interact with one another and pass the peace that way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. How long does that last segment of your service last? I mean, when you wave or pass peace or whatever that looks like in your church, how long does that last in a worship service? Good.
Maybe not even that long.
Good. A lot of churches will let that run forever.
Really? Oh my.
It's like everyone has to have an opportunity to greet everyone, and it annoys my church because I will often cap that and interrupt it, and I do that very intentionally because I tell them, your job isn't to know everyone, but we want everyone to know Jesus. Okay? Like, if you're a new person in a congregation, first of all, you've done a very brave thing coming to a new church. Think about that. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how you're going to be treated. You don't know if you're walking into a snake charming church or what's happening in here, right? So you're really just kind of scouting and observing if this is even something you'll ever try again. That's most new people, what they're thinking about. So during the passing of the peace has a theological implication of what we're doing, but at the end of the day, if you're a stranger in this place, that is the most uncomfortable moment of the worship service for you, right? And if our mission is to make disciples of Jesus Christ for the transformation of the world, I tell my church the newcomer is the most important person in this room every Sunday. It's not because Jesus loves you less, it's just because we got to get on mission, right? So the passing of the peace segment is intentionally very, very brief to honor the newcomer, right? So we also have a thing at our church called 310 Connect. So within 3 minutes after the last amen, statistically, a new person will be in their car. They're not going to your coffee fellowship hour. They're not trying to get to your welcome center or anything like that, even though we invite people to do that. They don't want to do that. They're coming to experience what happens in the room and they're leaving, okay? So you have 3 minutes. And what I've invited our church to do is the first 3 minutes after worship service, look around. Your ministry field is a 10-foot radius, 310. If you see a new person, connect with them, 310 Connect. Greet them, introduce yourself to them. Don't smother them like fresh bread. That freaks people out, right? But just casually introduce yourself. Tell them you're so glad they chose to worship here today. Physically take them to the welcome center and offer them a gift bag or whatever you guys do at your welcome center. Hospitality is not the job of the pastor and the staff. You want to create a culture of hospitality in your church. So, I mean, we do a lot of those things for in the building, but my point is we have to work with the same intentionality for online people, right? So what do you do for hospitality for those who are worshiping online? Think about that. Is it as boisterous as what you do in person? If it isn't, it's probably something to consider, right? Yes. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I'm so glad to hear that. That's one of the things I always encourage is, you have a team or a rotation of people who welcome in the building. Why not build that for your online community? And by the way, it's weird when the church's Facebook page welcomes someone. Do you know what I mean? Like if people are signed in as Salem United, like if I get on and I'm using the Salem United Methodist and I'm welcoming people, that feels very institutional. It doesn't feel authentic. Now, we have our online hosts and greeters use their Facebook pages. It's more authentic that way. It's less institutional, and it just lands better with people, right? Let's see. How do you handle communion when you're doing a live stream service? Are people spectating communion when your worship service is being led, or are they invited into that moment? I need to do a better job at this because I forget this sometimes. But is there a segment where you invite people to physically go and grab something? It doesn't have to be bread or juice, but grab something to eat or drink. Join us for these holy moments, right? Any way that you can move people from spectation to participation is something you should throw everything at. It's just a different mindset, right? But when you start thinking that way, you say, wow, there's a lot that we could do here, right? What were you going to say, Tyler?
Well, I was just going to because it creates memories.
Mm-hmm.
Creating memories around that versus watching versus actually doing it.
Yep.
Some of my shut-in converts like to watch communion because they see their friends, because often we don't show the congregation much for privacy, but the one time you get to see people is communion time.
Yeah.
And they'll tell me, we haven't seen a lot of kids in church, Pastor, or, oh man, there was a lot of kids in church, because that's when they see them.
Yeah. I'll give you a tip that it was an experiment. I thought, I'll try it. If we hate it, we won't do it anymore. But It's just something I started doing about 6 months ago. But I'll have the sound person take my mic out of the house mix, but it's still going out over the live stream. And I actually physically go back into the tech booth and I speak to that camera during the passing of the piece. And I physically welcome those who are online and talk directly to them, right? And I give them a teaser of what's about to happen in the sermon, because the sermon's going to be following that time, right? Most people who are getting online, they're going to be hopping in during that sermon time, that predictable time. So a lot of times I can catch the online people right there. It's just an engagement piece that's special to them, where they don't feel like they're spectating, but actually we know you're there and we want you here. Something to think about and try, maybe. All right. We only have a couple minutes left. I have some other stuff I could talk about, but I want to take any questions that you may have. Do you guys have anything that you guys want to discuss? We're small enough, we can pivot.
So we have this deal every once in a while. Facebook's
Facebook's mean? Yeah.
YouTube, I don't know if are you broadcasting both on Facebook and YouTube?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
we're doing both.
Good.
This morning, I don't know, if they, because I got the guy that does the PowerPoint, well, it's not PowerPoint, it's the other one. But anyway, he killed Facebook. There's times I wish I had because, okay, he's got to start doing slides, pastor's preaching now.
When you say he killed Facebook, do you mean you guys aren't broadcasting to Facebook?
If he knocked it off the screen, okay? I think what was going on, Facebook was still running in the background, but it wasn't coming up, on your broadcast.
Okay.
So, anyway, it took us, we come up with, it was like 4 minutes late on Facebook because of it. And of course, we were really concerned. We try and start 5 minutes early, okay? Getting the streams up and running, which is smart. I think, if these guys are doing it.
How do you manage starting on time?
So, 4 minutes to the hour. Pastor's good about starting on time. 9:30 service, so we're up and running at 9:25.
Okay.
We start our streams 5 minutes early.
Is the service literally starting, or the pastor saying good morning, or the start of your service, does it happen right on time usually?
We've got, our pianist is playing some beautiful music.
Right.
I show staff a lot of times.
Yep.
Our first screen where we show
Yep.
staff, I like doing that.
So one thing that you can try, and it may require an adjustment in how you order your service, and not everyone's the pastor in the room, so it might be a consult with your pastor, but one great way to do that is countdown videos. So think about watching TV. We're talking to TV land and people who are here on land here. When you're in TV land, you know a program is going to start exactly on time. If your live stream starts 5 minutes late, people don't put up with that in the online world. They just don't put up with it, right? So at about, our first service is at 9:30, so at 9:25 on the nose, it is the chief job of our technical director, who actually is a staff person here, to make sure that the live stream goes live and that countdown starts at 9:25, because we want to start service at 9:30. And the other thing is that without that, some people are more time-oriented. Some people are more event-oriented, right? So like your time people, like your engineers and, your Cs, for example, their butts are going to be in the chairs and they're ready to go at 9:30. Half your congregation is probably still out in the foyer or fellowship hall talking, right? So the countdown video lets the church know how long till service, and it only works if you say good morning and talk over people. Like, I don't put up with that on Sunday morning. When I say good morning, whether you can keep talking, but I'm going to start leading the service. And it only took them about 3 weeks to realize, oh, pastor's not messing around. We really are starting at 9:30. Yeah. So that's really important for your online audience, right? So it may feel rude at first to your church, but hold that boundary. Hold the boundary.
And we did have that thing, and then we kind of got away from using it.
Yeah.
I was kind of the only one that really liked using it,
Mm.
But I think we need to push back and say, hey, we're going to use this every time.
I think it's a great tool. I really do. I really do. Now, you were asking where should you be streaming to? I always say Facebook and YouTube at a minimum. If you can stream on your website, that's great, but most people aren't actually going to watch from your website. And the reason you want to do Facebook and YouTube is because if you're using a phone or a tablet or something, most people like that are going to engage through social media. And you'll have a heck of a lot more views on Facebook than you will on YouTube. But if you're a family group sitting in a living room and you're watching a large display device like a television, our televisions have YouTube apps in them, but they don't have Facebook apps in them. So usually people groups are going to be watching via that way. So you want to be in both of those spaces. There is some things you have to be careful with about YouTube and Facebook, and that's copyright. If you broadcast copyrighted material, it will shut you down and it will flag you and it becomes even more sensitive, and if you do it enough, they'll disrupt and disassemble your page altogether. Yeah. So if you're performing it live in the sanctuary by a human being, you're okay, provided you have all your CCLI licensing. Yeah. But if you're going to show like a Casting Crowns video or something, don't do that. You'll get flagged and you'll get shut down.
Every once in a while, singing something from faith we sang or something, a new hymn.
Yeah.
Even though we bought the books and we got the thing, it will, not once a year, you get an asking grant.
Yeah.
Say, are you legit?
Yep.
Are you paying your dues?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I had a third page. What's on that? Oh.
It seems like YouTube is a lot easier to connect. With Facebook, it just seems like you have more issues. You know, just, I don't know. I think they're software related. I really do.
So softwares need updates all the time. There is firmware on those encoders that does need updated occasionally.
They automatically update on the encoders. I mean, is that
The one that you have can, yeah, and it should be set to do that, but sometimes they don't.
we should make sure that
Yeah. Afterwards, we'll go back. I'll show you how to do it, if you like.
yeah, if you got a couple of
Absolutely. Absolutely.
sure that okay, make sure.
I find Facebook has gremlins. When I go to start
Yep.
the stream,
Yep.
sometimes gotta play with the persistent key, sometimes I gotta,
Mhm.
close the window, reopen the window.
Yep.
I don't interact, we don't on YouTube with payload, we just do Facebook.
Okay.
But my team does it.
Yeah.
Facebook and YouTube, TSJ, but my team does that.
Yeah. If you're using a good encoder, you gotta keep the firmware updated, because the challenge is that YouTube and Facebook does what YouTube and Facebook does outside of our consultations. So sometimes they'll pivot and make changes that all of a sudden our equipment isn't compatible with what they're doing anymore. So you do have to run those firmware updates occasionally, but I find 90% of the problems around that stuff goes away using an encoder versus using the software. Yeah. I'll take some questions here in a second. I thought that we would be done here at 3 and people would be migrating to other workshops, but I have not seen any foot traffic of anybody leaving yet. So, Cyrus, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I worship here, but I'm
Yeah.
not worship on Facebook or YouTube.
Yeah.
My question is, how do you know persistence of people who are on Facebook or YouTube? Are they the same people coming over again? Or
Yeah, good question. Good question. So I monitor our live stream from my phone, even from the front row a lot of times during worship. So I have a pretty good idea who's watching live. I'm really not that interested in who's watching live as far as the count, because usually it's a small number. You know, have maybe 20 people at 9:30 that watch live regularly, and a much smaller number for our traditional service at the 11 o'clock service. So those are like your faithfuls that are there every weekend. And some of those people, they're snowbirds. We do have a few that actually live out of state that watch and hang with us pretty regularly. Some of them are homebound or, in the hospital, those kind of things. But keep in mind, we live in a Netflix and chill kind of world. You remember 15 years ago, if you weren't home at 6 o'clock to watch your program, you missed it. Now all of a sudden, DVR came out, and we thought we had it made, and now everything is streaming based, so you can queue anything up at any time, anywhere in the world that you want to watch. Yeah, we may have 20 people watching live on Sunday, but by Thursday of the following week, we'll have 350 interactions with that. Right? So it's the on-demand thing that's most important with that. So like, for example, for your statistical reporting, like if you're just reporting how many people watch on Sunday, you're missing a huge swatch of your audience that you should probably be considering counting. There's a difference between, and Facebook changes from time to time. Our director of communications handles most of that logistical information, but it used to be, it would show views, and views was basically if you interacted with it for at least 3 seconds. Okay, views is not a very good metric of how many people are watching your worship service, because basically someone scrolled by it is a huge portion of those numbers. And I don't remember the wording on it, because like I said, I have a staff person who does this, but I think it used to be interactions or something like that. Those are more reliable numbers to consider. But yeah, to answer your question, Cyrus, 20 people typical at 9:30, 8 to 10 typical at 11 o'clock, and by Thursday the following week, crazy numbers because of the demand. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So one of the big needs at church now, and I'm not surprised, but funerals, well, and weddings too, but with older congregation.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we got more funerals than
Yeah.
we got weddings, but that's a big deal now.
Yes, it is.
Families say, Uncle Ed couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Can you guys broadcast?
And people come to expect it now, because most funeral homes will offer streaming. That's kind of actually really become more standard in the last 2 to 3 years. Funeral homes weren't jumping on that immediately, and then they realized, oh yeah, we could own the market on this over churches if we did it, Yeah, exactly.
That's tricky. I can't offer streaming at TSJ because I have a team. I can't count funerals or, they can be in the middle of the day and I have
Yeah.
but I can stream it.
Yeah, I mean, a cell phone is not ideal, but even something is better than nothing, because that something will still hit 80% of the people that were looking for it, right? Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk about websites and social media a little bit. When you look around our church, one thing that I appreciate that my predecessor held to when we added this addition onto the building is that we're not hanging stuff on the walls. They're not putting up bulletin boards and knick-knacky stuff. Most United Methodist churches you walk into, it looks like a grandma's church because there's grandma stuff everywhere. Fair enough to say? Okay. One thing I like about this place is that it's clean, it's crisp, the signage is very clear, you know where you're going, and honestly, that's just because the space was built in the last 5 years, right? So we're not that big of a deal, but by that virtue, the space does some good things for us. You kind of want to think in the same way when it comes to your website and when it comes to social media. A lot of churches run their social media, like their Facebooks or their Instas or whatever it may be, like a church bulletin board. All they'll do is post their events, like it's free advertisement. Can I get honest with everybody? Most of the world doesn't give a flying flip about your spaghetti dinner or whatever it may be, right? They just don't care. They're not interested in coming to that. A good rule of thumb is that only 20% of your posts for social media should really be about events. 80% should be all about engagement. Engagement, right? So, examples of engagement. We started something at our church about 1.5 years ago called affinity groups. And the point of affinity groups is that they are absolutely part of and count as our discipleship groups, but there's no study component to it. They're fun and fellowship groups. All right, so we have a gardening group, a group that loves to go out and go to gardening events and go over to each other's houses and green thumb all day. You know, they love that stuff. We have a, what are some of the other ones, Cyrus? We have a karaoke group. They'll go out to the bars on Friday night and go sing karaoke together, you know? And the whole point of the affinity groups, and I'm actually starting a new one this spring. I'm calling it Burnt Offerings. And I love to smoke meat, so I'm going to invite people to come over and hang out in the garage, watch football, and smoke meat, and we'll have a really good dinner. You know? You get a bunch of Jesus freaks in a room together, and they'll start talking about Jesus stuff eventually, you know? But the thing is that, like my neighbor, Justin, who's had a really bad church experience growing up and doesn't want anything to do with the institutional church, I can't invite him to a Bible study. I can't invite him to worship. In fact, that would actually do harm to our relationship. But he'd come sit in my driveway and drink a beer and smoke meat. And all of a sudden, he's hanging out with Jesus people, and he realized, well, these people aren't as weird as I thought. You know, so it becomes like an entryway into the church for those who aren't affiliated with us. And we've seen a lot of people matriculate in through just getting to know people. And then when you visit them for the first time, you're not walking into a group of strangers wondering if the pastor's a snake charmer, right? You're walking into people that you know, love, and trust, right? So a lot of our engagement pieces are just pictures of people out with their affinity groups. We're not selling anything. We're not advertising an event. We're talking, and usually there's a personal story attached to that of someone saying what happened and they're having fun and, you know, whatever. There's tons of ways to do engagement without doing advertisement, and people can smell a sell a mile away. So don't use your Facebook like your church bulletin board. I can't emphasize that enough. If you have a website, your website is only useful if it's up to date, right? And it takes someone to manage that and do all that. So don't build a website if you're not going to maintain it. Don't build a website if you're not going to be able to keep it updated. That hurts you. It doesn't help you. And if you don't have someone who can do that in your congregation, throw all your eggs at social media. It's free and it's easy. Okay? What's that? I think people are migrating a little bit now, yeah.
So is there another social media we should look at besides Facebook?
Honestly, for most of church constituency, Facebook is still kind of where it's at. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're on Instagram and all that kind of stuff too, but I would say 90% at least of our social media hits are still Facebook. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. I think that will shift over the next few years. Everything changes. But that is kind of still the sweet spot right now. I want to give you a resource because I think people are starting to move around a little bit. I teach worship and preaching at the Iowa Licensing School for licensed local pastors here in Iowa. And this is a resource that I give to all of them. This is Matt's 10 Commandments for effective media and music ministry. You bet. And there's some good resourcing in there for you. If you don't have a graphics design person in your congregation, like my wife is our director of communications, that graphic up there, that's one that she designed, you know, that welcome slide that you saw when you came in, that was her design. But like for songs and lyrics and all that kind of stuff, we utilize a subscription service for like moving backgrounds and stills and all that stuff. So if you don't have a graphics design person, one of these is worth a subscription to, because if you buy each of those medias independently, you can spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on that. Whereas like a Shift Worship subscription, which is what we use, and there's others, that's $100 a year, and you're outfitted. Yeah.
And it's on here. Oh, yeah, shift worship. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yes. Say more. Say.
Yeah, so you go to Canva, you can create images, you can create, to upload pictures and edit them, and it's all free. You just have to register as a nonprofit. So if you want to, now you have to teach yourself how to use it, but it's very
Yep.
user friendly. It's not like Google, and you can, so like often sermon images I make or backgrounds I make for worship, I use Canva for that. And
Yeah.
Is that on here?
I don't think it is, but it's
Oh, here. Let me give you another resource.
Canva, C-A-N-V-A.
Yep. It's a great graphic design tool. If you're interested, there you go. This is a resource that was put together by a pastor in my circuit a year or two ago. Good practices around social media. That's a really good one. I didn't get you guys. I'm sorry. You just came in. You're welcome. You're welcome.
So this Canva thing is just a place where you can pull website or designs down.
There you
Is that
go.
basically what it is?
Yes. They have some prefab stuff that you can pull off there, but you can also do custom designs to put like your own words or print or stuff overlaid graphics and stuff like that. Great tool. Great tool. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And, we're just down the street from each other, so if there's anything you need, if I can be a resource to you or St. Mark's in any way, just let me know. All right? Cool. Good deal. I love it. There you go. Well,
Doesn't hurt to learn a little bit.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe. Yeah.
And I'd say probably one of our weaknesses right now is how we want Facebook, go to our page. It could be better, and then I've got a website up to date. I haven't been.
Yeah.
Well, poor Pastor Bonnie, I think.
Yeah.
So there might be an opportunity for some of us to step up.
Yep. Yep.
Time and want to work on some of this stuff.
Absolutely.
I have not got into, website design.
Well, the good news is there's a lot of great tools out there to build and update websites where it's very intuitive. It used to be you had to know how to write code and all that stuff. Those days are behind us. And honestly, I mean, if you want to engage with AI, you can build a website with AI in no time.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's only going to get more common and more sophisticated over the next couple years. So, yeah. Pretty much. All right, well, we got a new group in, so I'm going to get started. Hey, thanks, Calvin. I appreciate your passion and investment in this for your church. Yeah. Well, hello, everyone. Rehydrating a little bit. If you're in this space, I'm just spending a little bit of time talking a little bit about live streaming, in-house video, and and sound. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about some social media practices and things of that nature. So I know some of you in the room, but I don't know all of you. So I'll just introduce myself. Again, I'm Matt. I'm the lead pastor here at Salem. And I've been here in this appointment for about 5 years. And everything that you see back there has been rebuilt in those last 5 years, and that has been my builds. So I work with and consult with churches all over the upper Midwest. I'm usually in another county of Iowa or surrounding state at least once a week, talking with churches about different applications and best practices around these things. So I'm really, really passionate about it. And it's the church's fault because the church taught me a lot about this stuff. So I'm married. I'm married to my wife, Nicole. We've been married 3 years, and we have a beautiful blended family. I have an 11-year-old daughter. Her name is Addison. And Nicole has twin daughters, Lemon and Leia, and they are 8 years old. And I always tell people I'm outgunned and swimming in the estrogen ocean. Man, that's a lot of girls. It's a lot of girls. But it sure is a lot of fun. I kind of got my start in church tech through the United Methodist Church. I came to Christ when I was 19 and immediately got hooked up into a United Methodist Church in Bettendorf. And I have a musical background, so within 3 months of being a part of that congregation, I was invited to come on church staff as their contemporary worship leader. So that's always been a big part of my ministry. But by default, I also became the de facto tech guy in my church. So again, the church has taught me a lot of this, but I've also done been to a lot of conferences, and tech reinvents itself every 5 years. So there's a lot of independent research that's constantly required to stay relevant in this area. So when I got appointed to my first church, back in 2011, I was appointed to the First United Methodist Church of Marengo, and that's about 30 miles southwest of here. And God was just incredible. Our first year there, the church literally doubled in size, but it was a problem actually because we had to figure out what are we going to do with all these people, and we were either going to have to add a worship service or add on to the building. Now, one thing I think everyone in this room can agree on is that Jesus is on a budget. We weren't going to lay brick and mortar, so we decided we were going to add a worship service. And because of my contemporary worship background and several musical people in the church, we decided that let's give contemporary worship a try. But there was a problem. First of all, we didn't have any video capability in our sanctuary, and the sound system that we had could barely support my pulpit mic. So I said to the church, I was like, I got some experience in this. I can install a video and a sound system if the church wants to pay for the equipment and, extend my time to complete this project, and we can move forward. They blessed that, and that allowed us to continue to live into that growth that we experienced in Marengo over those 3 years. But about 6 months after we put the system in, the Presbyterian church down the street caught wind of this. And they said, hey, we hear you work with churches. Will you come and install a projector for us? I was like, well, I work with a church, my church, So I took it to my board, and they're like, hey, we're all on Team Jesus. Go help the Presbyterians, will you? And I said, sure. So I put a projector in their church, and to this day, I still don't know how this happened, but Edgewood Road is right out here. You go north Edgewood Road, and there's a Seventh-day Adventist church about 4 miles down the road that way. And I don't know how they even got my cell phone number, but they called me. They said, hey, we hear you work with churches. I was like, Lord, what is happening here? For the last 15 years, my phone rings about 3 times a week from another church wanting to work on this type of stuff. And I guess I pastor on the side. No, I'm kidding. I'm a full-time pastor. But that's kind of how I fell into this. And so I'm very passionate about this. I take this as seriously as anything else in pastoral ministry because I think it's relevant and I think that it matters. And I think there's a theology behind why church tech is important. You guys remember the story of the Exodus? And when Moses went up on Mount Sinai and he was given the 10 Commandments, do you remember what they were on? Tablets, right? Stone tablets? Yeah. We think we're cool, but Moses actually had the first tablet. So keep that in mind from a tech perspective. But if you study anthropology, the first real written communications that we have is really just like etchings with charcoal or burnt wood on cave walls, right? Well, it's hard to move a cave and take that with you if you want to move those communications. So God used the most advanced tech of the day, which was stone tablets, which were mobile, and offered those to Moses, and he was able to take those off the mountain and come down and disclose God's law to the people. That's a good thing, right? Well, you remember in Luke chapter 4, Jesus goes into the temple, and this is the very first sermon that Jesus ever preached. And what does he do? He walks up and he opens the Isaiah scroll, and he reads a prophecy. And he says, this prophecy has now been fulfilled in your hearing of it. And he rolled it back up, and he went and sat down. Now, scrolls, a little better than tablets, wouldn't you say? A little lighter, a little bit more mobile. We're getting better and better and better. And then, you have the 1600s, the advent of the Gutenberg printing press. Now, all of a sudden, you can mass print everything. And the Bible was the first book printed off of that and was the best-selling book of that year and has been the best-selling book every year since the invention of the Gutenberg printing press. Then you have the advent of the digital age. We start with the bag phones, and now we have iPhones that are more powerful than the first lunar landing, for crying out loud. My point is that the church is called to be, and has throughout the biblical narrative and up through today, to be on the edge of whatever is available to us to most fully disclose the gospel message, right? The mediums change how we do this throughout the years, but the message is sacred, and the message remains the same. So the church is called to this work. So today, I'm going to talk a little bit about live streaming. I'm going to talk just briefly about live sound and a little bit about hybrid worship. And when I say hybrid worship, what I mean by that is that most churches are live streaming today. So there's two production values going on, right? There's sound and video needs for what's happening in the room, and there's separate sound and video needs for what's happening online. So how do you lead and facilitate worship in a hybrid way where you're able to speak to both of these audiences at the same time? Okay. So first and foremost, if your church isn't live streaming, your church may not be here in the next 10 years. I say that unapologetically. What we discovered during the pandemic, first of all, 90% of churches in Iowa did not have video capability before the pandemic. And what we discovered once we started getting into this live stream space, within the first 3 months of the pandemic, almost every church experienced more people online engaging them than they did in their in-person worship before the pandemic. That is universally true for almost every single congregation. So all of a sudden we realized, holy cow, there's an evangelism piece here that we've been missing for a lot of years. I mean, the TV's been around for a bit, The internet's been around for a little bit. Have you guys ever seen that movie, Risky Business, with Tom Cruise? You know what I'm talking about? There's a very famous scene in that where Tom Cruise is in his underwear, and he's got a button-up Kmart shirt essentially on. And the reason I remember this is because it was a poster hanging on my sister's room for roughly 10 minutes before my parents saw it and ripped it off the wall when she was a teenager. But there's this very famous scene where Tom slides across the floor in his socks. You know what I'm talking about? Well, in 1993, I remember coming home from school. Yes, I'm old enough to predate the internet. and my dad was sliding across the linoleum floor in our kitchen in his socks. Thankfully, he was wearing pants. But I was like, Dad, what are you doing? He's like, I'm surfing the net. We got dial-up, baby. He was so excited. So what we know is that the internet's been around since like the early 90s. The church didn't discover it until 2020, right? And actually, churches are often 20 years behind a lot of things in that way. But once we discovered it, we realized there's this huge evangelism tool, and also your online presence is your church's new front door, and we're never going back. And what I mean by that is that, statistically speaking, 80% of first-time guests that ever show up to your church have tried to Google you. Right? So if you don't have a website, or if you're not on social media, if you're not in these spaces, you literally don't exist. You don't exist to 80% of people who may be coming, and that's a huge percentage of people to be missing. So when I say churches that aren't in this space won't be here in the next 10 years, I mean every single word of that. Every single word of that, right? So the front door of your church has nothing to do with your building. It has everything to do with your online presence. Okay? So, I could get as technical as you want, but when it comes to good live sound for live streaming, it's really important that you have someone who's mixing the sound for this room, but also you have to have a special and separate mix for the live stream, right? The house mix is not going to translate to a good mix online. And probably the best way that I could explain that is that if, we have a digital soundboard, so I could actually mix that soundboard from my phone if I chose to. So let's pretend I take a ladder out and I go up next to that speaker. I put my ear up against it. And I start mixing that raw feed coming out of the speaker. And I mix it, and it sounds perfect, and it's hitting, and it's right on. And I can get down off the ladder and go back and stand in the back of the room, and it's going to sound like garbage. You know why? Because I've introduced that perfect raw feed into an auditory space that has acoustics. So now all of a sudden, that sound is hitting differently in this space, right? So the house sound engineer is going to be mixing for the acoustics of this space. But if you reverse that and take the acoustic mix of this and reintroduce it back as your raw feed, which is what people are going to receive online coming out of their TVs, that's not going to sound right. Okay, so it's really important to have separate mixes for your house and for your live stream. People will ask me often, Matt, is TVs or projectors the way to go? When it comes to a worship space. And actually, if you see that TV on the back wall, right back here in our sanctuary, these are called confidence monitors. Essentially, they're going to mirror what's happening up here to me, because there's nothing more disengaging from a presentation standpoint for me to turn my back to the audience to see what's happening on the screen behind me. So I'm able to monitor that, and it's got a clock back there, which my congregation reminds me of often. That clock is correct. You need to live into it. But those, this TV that's back there, when I first got here, those same TVs were up front. And what I can tell you is that we nearly doubled our digital footprint on this wall by going to projectors. Now, I'm not advocating that's the way to go for everybody, okay? Typically, screens are measured on a diagonal, so from corner to corner, right? That's 124 inches of screen up there, okay? Typically speaking, you want to have 20 inches of screen for every 10 feet of depth of your sanctuary, okay? So if you kind of stick to that formula, you're going to land right in the sweet spot for almost every worship space. And during COVID, and since COVID, we've experienced a lot of inflation. Like, prices have gone crazy. Like, I can go to Texas Roadhouse over here and order a steak cheaper than I can go to Hy-Vee and buy one and grill it myself right now. That makes no sense. But TVs are one of the things that didn't go skyrocket high post-pandemic. In fact, they went down. So I accumulate a lot of Best Buy points because I install a lot of televisions all over the upper Midwest, right? So I bought an 85-inch TV for our movie room in our basement, and I was able to do that for $200. That sounded good on a pastor's salary. But the TV was worth $1,500, right? 5 years later, you can buy an 85-inch TV, go to Costco, go to Walmart, go anywhere. You can buy one now for under $700. So just, when you're considering what size screen you need, TVs are often a good application in a lot of sanctuaries because A, they're going to be much cheaper. You're going to spend $3,000 minimum on a projector, minimum. So TVs are often a cheaper application, plus they're backlit, right? So if you have a lot of ambient lighting or a lot of windows in your sanctuary, sometimes lighting can wash out projectors, and you'll have to get really expensive projectors to be able to punch through that, and the price goes up considerably the more of that capability that you need. So it's about size, and it's about cost-benefit analysis, I guess. So I don't say either is right, but you got to do the right one for your budget and the right one for your room. Some people will say, well, I just don't know if our people would accept a TV hanging on the wall or a big screen just, up there. Won't that detract from the worship space? You know what? Back in medieval times when stained glass became a thing, those same questions were being asked. Our original building was downtown, and in 2008, our church was destroyed in a flood. Thanks be to God, we were able to save these windows from our original sanctuary. Now, if I were to ask anyone in my church, can you imagine building a church not having these windows here? They would pass out and say, absolutely not, right? We can't not have our windows. But, during medieval times, they were raising all sorts of questions. Well, doesn't the Ten Commandments tell us not to make an idol or a graven image? So why would we bring this blasphemy into the sanctuary? So the question became, well, are we worshiping the idol or image, or is it helping point us to something that's holy? Right? And the church got over it, and now you can't imagine not having stained glass as part of your church. Well, what I'm saying, it's not uncommon to walk into a worship space and see an organ. It is not uncommon to walk into a worship space in 2026 and see a projector screen or a TV hanging on the wall. And I would argue that this is the new stained glass. This is how we're telling the story. It's how we're telling the story. So don't be nervous about that, okay? Let's talk just briefly about hybrid worship. There's a couple of things that make hybrid worship effective. First of all, you really need to consider your order of service. And for most of you, that's probably more up to your pastor than anybody, right? But it's not bad to consult with your pastor about these things. There are certain things that happen in the room that don't translate well to online, okay? Most folks, when they're attending online, they don't care about the prayers of the people. They don't really care about the music. They're actually, I hate to say it, they're coming to listen to the sermon. And that's especially true on demand when people are watching later on post-live event, right? It's the sermon content that most people are coming for. So, we've created our order of service to not only work well in this room, but also to work well online. So the sermon is actually the last thing that happens in our worship service, and I give the benediction right after the sermon, right? Because people know for the 9:30 service that at about 10 o'clock the sermon's going to begin, and it's going to end by 10:30, and they're off for their day. I mean, that's what they're there for, right? So we try to design worship that works well in the room, but also something that translates well to online. Now, when I begin worship in this space, again, what makes for good hybrid is also has a lot to do with how you facilitate and lead worship. Okay? So my open every Sunday morning, my church knows this, but a new person in the room, and I'm going to assume there's a new person here every Sunday, and usually there is, but once you start broadcasting online, you absolutely have to assume that someone online is watching that knows nothing about you, knows nothing about your church, and may not even know where you're located, right? So my open every Sunday morning is something like this. Good morning, church. Welcome to Salem United Methodist. My name is Matt German. I'm the lead pastor here at our church. I assume that someone in this room doesn't know who I am every Sunday, right? So they're going to know that. I'm the lead pastor here at Salem. We are so glad that you are worshiping with us here in person today. For those of you who are online, grace and peace and welcome. We are so glad you've joined us here at Salem United Methodist Church. We're located in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. We invite you to sign in on the live stream chat wherever you are. Let us know where you are and who you are, because we'd love to have a chance to connect with you later this week. You see how that is more of a hybrid style now? The idea for what makes for good hybrid worship is your service led in such a way where those who are watching online are spectating it, or where they're invited to participate in it. Okay? Any way you can move your service towards more of a participation model rather than just simply spectating something else that's going on somewhere else is always going to be more engaging for those who are worshiping with you online. You know, like when it comes to communion time, I'm going to explain how people are going to receive communion in this room as if there's someone here that's never done this before. You ever have that happen when you have a new person who come and they're part of a different tradition, and instead of coming up and dunking the bread in the cup, they'll just grab the cup and try to drink from it? Have you ever seen that before? I've had that happen a lot, because in other traditions, that's called a common cup, where everyone sips from it. Now, Methodists would pass out if we saw someone do that. Oh my gosh, germs, right? So I facilitate that in a way that people, first of all, someone's going to feel really embarrassed if they do that. And then they're going to just want to get to the parking lot as soon as possible, right? So I don't want to create that for someone. But let's pretend someone's joining us online. I will actually invite people, go to your fridge, go to your kitchen, get something to eat and drink. It doesn't have to be bread and juice, but we want you to be able to participate with us and join us in these sacred moments ahead, because we're going to be celebrating communion in just a few minutes. Now, all of a sudden, they're not watching everyone else do communion, but they're participating in that holy moment with us. You see, any way that you can create participation rather than just spectation, that's absolutely the way to go. Hospitality for those who are with you online. Have you ever thought about that before? What are some of the things we do in our churches for hospitality for those who come to the building? Just curious, what do your churches do to show welcome to people?
We have greeters.
Yeah. Do they usually stand at the door or somewhere near the entryway?
They'll open the door for people and let them in.
Yeah. So they see a friendly face when they come in. Yeah. What else?
Afterwards, we have coffee and
Yep. I'll talk more about that in a second, but actually, new people aren't interested in that, believe it or not. What else do you do for hospitality? Do you have a bulletin so people can follow the service? How do online people follow your service? You know, so to speak to the greeter, you want to be as intentional about everything you do online as anything you do in person, right? So we have a greeter team that actually greets people online when they're watching for worship. We call them online hosts. So someone will welcome everybody who signs in. If I ask someone to sign in, let us know who you are and where you're worshiping from. If no one engages with them, they feel like that's a sell. Like, no one's going to put their information out there for no reason, right? But now all of a sudden, there's a face with that. And we're welcoming. Oh, and by the way, that person is going to let me know if there was a new person there, just like we have connection cards here. So a new person, I'm going to physically call that person on Monday morning. People are blown away that the pastor got a hold of them the next morning after worship. But I make that hospitality piece really important. Why? Because if our mission is to make disciples of Jesus Christ for the transformation of the room, the newcomer is the most important person in the room. And it's not because Jesus loves you less. It's because we got to get on mission, right? So we either make that our mission statement and live into that, or it just becomes something that gets dusty on a shelf somewhere, right? Go ahead.
For online engagement, how do you mitigate the risk of
Say more about that. What do you mean?
Anyone that just comes in just to blast your life, they're putting in inappropriate content.
Yeah. It's a risk. It's a possibility.
That kind of blocks when that happens.
So we've actually never had that happen, but the way you can mitigate that, if you have an online host, you can block that person, right? So the point is there someone monitoring that and interacting with it? If there is, you can pretty much have those safeguards on the spot and hopefully eliminate any problems that way. Yeah, that's what I would do. Let's see. Yeah, I just want us to start, if online is the new front door to the church, if it's a huge part of our evangelism, and it's the basis by people, 80% of people will make a decision if they ever visit in person, why are we putting more emphasis on what happens in the building than online? I'm not saying in the building is wrong, and we shouldn't pull back from that, but I'm saying we've got to engage this like it matters, because it absolutely does. It's vital. So what I want to encourage you to start thinking about, everything that you do intentionally in the building, every time you meet, whether it's for worship or a small group or whatever, how do you do everything with the same intentionality for online? All right, so all of our Bible studies has a Zoom option, right? All of our administrative board meetings have a Zoom option, right? Everyone lives in town, but you know what? You want to get more young people on your boards? Give them a Zoom option, because I'm 40 years old, and if I have to come at 5:30, all of a sudden I have to figure out, how am I going to make dinner for my kids? Who's going to watch my kids? I don't really want to bring them to church because they're going to be loud and annoying, and I'm going to be more engaged in what they're doing than what's happening here. But if I can attend a meeting or a Bible study that's online over Zoom, I can mute myself so that I don't have to worry about the embarrassment of all that going on, because this is what young families are thinking about, right? Oh, and by the way, I know I only get to commit an hour of my time, because there's not the drive to, there's not the drive from, there's not the forced social interaction that happens with that. Sometimes I know that I can plan for my family and be present and do those things. You will have a lot more engagement from young adults and families if you offer digital options for every single thing you do, right? So my encouragement is think as intentionally about that as anything you do, as anything that you do in the room. We have just a few minutes. I just want to talk very, very briefly about websites and social media. If online is the first impression that people are going to have, doing it well is important, right? Websites are kind of a pain in the butt. And in many ways, they're becoming a little outdated even. A website that isn't current hurts you. It doesn't help you. So if you're going to have a website, it needs to be updated regularly. It needs to have current information on it. The most important thing that should be easy to find on your website is your worship times and a link to your live stream, right? If people have to click to find that or scroll to find that, they're not going to hang with you. They'll move on, right? So that should be really easy to find first thing on your website, and it has to be current, and it has to be up to date. A lot of times that takes a dedicated person to do that. As a pastor here, I don't have time to do that. I'm fortunate that we have a staff person, we have a director of communications that manages that. But if I was still pastoring in Marengo, where I was a solo pastor, I built a very basic website, quite frankly, that didn't change. Really, all it did was have our YouTube handle on it, and our worship times, and some basic information about the church, right? So I didn't have to keep updating events and tying precious time into that stuff. But what I did do was I put all my energy towards social media. I built the church a Facebook page, and I updated that regularly. Okay, that's much easier to do, and it's free. Most people can handle a social media page over building and maintaining a website. So if you have to make a choice, throw everything at social media. Websites are going away. They'll never fully go away, but they're losing their relevance in church circles, right? Consider what you post, what your church posts. One of the things I love about this particular church building, if you look around, there's nothing on the walls. Like, there's no bulletin boards, there's no knick-knacky stuff. It doesn't look like grandma's church because it's not supposed to look like grandma's church, right? It's clean, it's current, and part of that is that this is a newer addition onto our church. So just by virtue of this being new space, we can manage that and litigate that pretty easily. I realize that's not the case in a lot of places. So, but that's one of the first things I noticed about as a 35-year-old when I walked into this church. I was like, man, there's not like knit embroidery like all over the place. You know, like this is clean. This looks like a modern building that I would go to anywhere else in our community. And I really like that. And I think we have to be kind of intentional about that when we're posting online. If you turn your social media page into a bulletin board, no one wants to look at that, right? So if, you know, most people who aren't attached to your church do not give a hoot about your spaghetti dinner. They just don't. They're not coming. Has it ever worked? No, they're not coming to that, right? At least not because they see that on social media. You want to spend about 20% of your posts on listing events and 80% of your posts on engagement, okay? You want to create engagement. You want people to click on things. You want people to comment. You want people to interact. And people aren't going to do that with a bulletin board social media, right? One of the, sorry, I just saw someone come in the building. It distracted me. So yeah, don't turn your social media page into a bulletin board. That's really, really important. And I'll explain it this way. About a year and a half ago, our church created what we call affinity groups. And they're social groups of like-minded people doing like-minded things, right? So we have, and we absolutely count it as a small group, but there's not a study component to it. It's very intentional. We have to expand our mind of what a small group actually is. We have to actually embrace the fact that fellowship with one another isn't any less holy than studying Scripture, right? We're loving God. Oh, and by the way, loving your neighbors kind of matters too. If you want to build community and fellowship in your church, this is a great way to do it, right? So we have a number of different affinity groups. We have a gardening group. They like to get together. They take care of some of the ground here. They go over to each other's houses. They do green thumb stuff all the time. They love it, right? We have a karaoke group. We have a group that'll go out to karaoke bars on Friday nights, and they'll sing karaoke, and they have a great time. We have like 7 or 8 of these different various affinity groups. I'm starting a new one here in March that I'm calling Burnt Offerings. I love to smoke meat. So I'm going to invite people to come over to my house, and we've got the football game on in the garage. We're going to smoke meat. We're going to have a great dinner, right? Now, think about this. My neighbor Justin had a horrible church experience growing up. He knows I'm a pastor, and we hang out all the time, not because I force and push religion on him, but you know why? Because we like to hunt, and we like to fish, and we like to watch football, right? So we gather and rally around those things. I can't really ask Justin right now if he wants to come worship at my church, because that would actually hurt our relationship. He's not in that place yet of saying yes. But guess what? If I ask him if he wants to come over in March once a month and smoke meat, have a beer, and watch football, he's going to do that. And he's going to do that pretty enthusiastically. Oh, and by the way, he's going to get to know some of the church people because he came to that event, right? Now, all of a sudden, he's surrounded by Jesus people who he knows, he loves, and trusts. And at some point, God's going to move in his heart, and he's going to feel more comfortable coming here because he has relationships with people, right? So affinity groups create kind of a bridge between non-church people and an avenue into the church, because most of your non-church friends aren't going to be open to coming to worship or a Bible study. But they will come here if they have people that they know, love, and trust. Does that make sense? So I commend that practice to you, but a lot of our affinity groups will just take pictures out when they're doing their stuff. And you see the joy and the relationship and the camaraderie of that. And we post that kind of stuff on our Facebook page all the time. And that's engagement, right? We're not selling anybody anything. We're not asking them to come to an event. But, man, does that create a lot of buzz online. So there's 100 different ways you can do engagement. That's one of them. But do engagement over events. Keep that at about an 80-20 split. And your page will be much more effective. Any questions by anybody over some of those things? Did I give everybody these resources here? Okay. Good thing here from Colleen Queener. Colleen is a pastor here in Iowa. She was part of my circuit the first several years that I was here at Salem, and she put together this resource sheet for social media practices. This one here is just some good pro tips around media and music ministry. There's also some great resourcing there if for your church to get some subscription services for worship graphics, social media stuff, that kind of thing. It's absolutely worth checking out if you don't have a graphic design person in your church. Say again? We only do that seasonally. Again, it's like throwing good money at bad. Like, we're not going to boost our events because, generally speaking, unless it's a community event, like we plan splash events is what I call it. How do we make a wave? That's why we call them splash events. So, like, for example, we'll have an Easter egg hunt out here on our church lawn. The only people who come to that from our church is some of our kids and families and those who are staffing it. But we have 250 people who will come out onto this lawn from the community. All of a sudden, we created a wave, and we've connected with the community. When we have an event like that, we're absolutely going to boost it. Same thing for our Halloween event. We had like food trucks here. We had a movie outside on the screen. What was there was a couple other main components, but again, well attended by people in the community. Like, that kind of stuff is splash events are probably worth boosting. Whatever splash events look like in your church. The UMW fundraiser, probably not considered a splash event to the rest of the community, And it's no disrespect to the UNW. It's just that's not where you're going to get engagement. So don't pay money towards that, right? We boost our Christmas and Easter services that is one event that we boost. Yeah.
So what's the age of your congregation? With the contemporary, we're seeing in our community that the churches that are doing contemporary seem to be doing okay. And those of us who are doing the traditional, well, we had 55 people in church today. And, 10 years ago, we probably would have had 100 people.
Yep. Do you know what the average size Sunday attendance of a church in the United States is today? 55. Yeah. I say that because what you're experiencing is something that many churches are experiencing. We are finally at a point in our history and culture where fewer people attend church than do, right? So we're dealing with a massive cultural shift right now. There is also a lot of good research and data supporting that there's a lot of resurgence towards traditional worship amongst millennials. I don't think traditional worship is bad. In fact, when people ask me, Matt, do you prefer contemporary or traditional? I say, of course. I love them both. I love the historic hymns. I think the creeds and all those things have place and value. But we see at our church, the modern service is higher attended. But we do. We have a 9 o'clock and an 11 o'clock.
We did have two.
Yeah.
It was split up so much there weren't very many services.
Yeah.
It really didn't make sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm in the choir, and
Yeah.
I like the traditional hymns
Yeah.
too. So the beginning of our service is more traditional,
Mm-hmm.
and then we've got the band.
Yep.
They come up, and so towards the.
So it's more of a blended type of service. Yeah, absolutely.
So we just have everybody. I know that was a bone of contention for a while. What
Yeah.
do we do and what? You couldn't
Yeah.
please everybody, so they just combined it.
Well, we used to have this fight in the church called the worship wars. You ever heard of it? Never heard of the worship wars? It was really about should it, it really came about in the 1980s is when contemporary Christian music really became popular and services were moving to those types of services. So there was a lot of worship wars within the church. Should we be doing traditional or contemporary? And honestly, when I first came to that church when I was 19 years old, I didn't know you could play an electric guitar in church without getting struck by lightning. I didn't know that you could do that, So, because I grew up in a very traditional United Methodist church. But we're seeing a reverse worship war now. Rather than should we be getting the church on board with having a modern service, a lot of churches, because of this cultural shift that we're seeing, and with honestly, boomers are getting to an age where they're the majority of the church, but that population is also beginning to die. I'm sorry. It's true though, right? I mean, how many of your friends, right? A lot of that is counting for a drop in worship attendance also. So we're seeing a reverse worship war where a lot of churches aren't having enough participation to sustain 2 services anymore. So many churches aren't adding services, they're combining them. And now you have the traditional crowd coming with the modern crowd. And I always say, blended worship is no one's preference, it's everyone's compromise. So if you're able to sustain 2 worship services in that way, it's always best. But blended can be beautiful. But bringing those 2 cultures together will have some difficulty because there's some assumptions and some expectations that aren't shared.
The pandemic affected us.
Yeah.
Greatly.
Yeah.
And you talk about the live feeds and so on. And I've talked to a number of churches where, and we find it in our church, that the collection plate isn't like it was before
Mm-hmm.
because they're watching it on live feed and they're not reaching in their pocket to put it in the collection plate.
Yeah, so there is actually, I get that question a lot in churches that I go to. If we go online, will people stop attending? Or will they stop giving? All those questions. Those are great questions to ask. And the answer is those churches who have extended an online presence have not seen a significant drop in their worship attendance in that way. There's a handful of people who will utilize that from time to time, but most people who attend regularly on Sunday morning aren't there because your pastor preaches an awesome sermon. They're in love with each other. The fellowship, the presence of, and being with one another is a huge component of that. So most people aren't going to give that up, right? So that's not something to be fearful of. The other question is, how do people who are watching online, is there giving mechanisms for them to do that? Can I tell you something? I'm a millennial. I'm 40 years old. I haven't carried cash on me since like 1998. And I've never owned a checkbook, ever. So the awkward part of this worship service, if I was not the pastor, would be when the plate comes around, because other than throwing my credit card in there or my debit card in there, how am I supposed to give? Because that's not the way millennials pay for things, right? So when we open worship, we say, one of the things that we say every morning is that in the back of your pews, there's a blue card. If you take out that card, you can scan that QR code with your phone, and on one side will come up a bulletin if you'd like to follow along with the worship service. We don't print bulletins here either, right? And the other side of that blue card takes people directly to avenues in which to give online, right? So do you have those mechanisms in your church, and are they accessible to people? Because again, as boomers begin to fade out of regular church attendance eventually, we aren't going to give in that way. So I don't think the offering plate is going to die per se, but it's not going to be the main way by churches collect offerings probably in the next 10 years. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It depends on who you source it through, but almost always yes. Universally, yeah, because it's a business. You're going to typically pay about 3% of every gift towards that online giving host. I'm sorry?
Credit card businesses have to pay 3 to 5%.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you say that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, you know, I had resistance when I wanted to bring those online giving mechanisms here at first. They said, and the argument was, well, we can't give up that 3%. I was like, but you're still getting 97% of a gift that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Do you know how stupid that sounds? You know, and all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, I guess that's true. You know, so like, yeah, there's a fee to it, but you're coming out further ahead.
It asks if you want to cover the fee.
Yes, in Vanco it does.
Cover the fee.
Yep.
So it's through Vanco. Yeah.
She's talking about Vanco, yes. So we are presently using Vanco, but in the next month we're switching to Planning Center. And I don't know what the fee to that is exactly. I can find out. But it integrates with our whole church management software. That's the main reason. But Vanco is a good option. Yeah. 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 That's good. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, it's a heck of a lot. I'm going to let you guys go. We're about 10 after. I'm sorry. You guys seem to be pretty passionate about this conversation. I could talk all day. But in relation to digital giving, it is much easier to stabilize the budget that you have than raise new money. Would you agree? Here's what I mean by that. We went through a campaign at our church, and we do this every year, where we talk about this. It's part of our stewardship season. And I have, honestly, if the only time your church is talking about stewardship is in November, that's a problem also. But several times a year, the church is going to be informed about this, that we made a goal, and we challenged the congregation. We want to see 30% of the gifts that we receive in this church to be given online reoccurring. The key word is reoccurring. Now, if I get 30% of our givers to do that, I've just stabilized 30% of the budget, and it doesn't matter if it's snowing, right? Because those gifts are going to come. And honestly, it's easier for people because now, you know, they've made that commitment. It's out of sight. It's out of mind. And they have to physically go in and alter that if they want to choose it, to do something different with it. It's easy to do, but people are, you know, giving won't fluctuate as much if you stabilize that in that way. So challenge your church, once you get online giving going, to really make a campaign to try to solidify the giving that you have. I will hang around for a bit if anybody wants to talk, but I don't want to hold you hostage. Yeah, please. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. You bet. Absolutely. And by the way, if you guys need any help at your church with anything related to live video, sound, anything like that, don't hesitate to give me a call over here at Salem, and we can get a consultation scheduled for you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Appreciate y'all. Drive safe. Oh, it is sticking a little bit now. Please give me a call. I'm happy to help any way I can. So. Yeah, I know Elizabeth. You bet. In Independence, right? Yep. Mm-hmm.
She's doing us a good job.
She's good people.
But, you know, this is the contemporary way. We've got the pews.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Somebody said that they needed to clean the pew